Hispanic, you're just trying to be white and blah, 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 blah. Like all this racial infighting against Hispanics and against women and black men and all the rest because you dare support this white supremacist that the media has been lying about for four years.
It breaks the narrative, but the media, Mike, we're going to be swimming in a fountain of their tears if this keeps up tonight, so we'll have to see. Mike Slater, my colleague, my man out on the West Coast for the first. Good to see you. All right, we got Bill O'Reilly back in the mix now, the man himself. Bill, look, so far, I mean, I want your take on it. I'm trying to hold back any over-enthusiasm here. How do you think it's looking for Trump?
Well, I was wrong about Arizona. It looks like Arizona is going to go for Biden, and that was the first state that I missed. And my prediction before the vote started was whoever wins Pennsylvania will be the next president, and I am holding to that prediction. It looks to me at this point at 11:15 Eastern Time that Michigan will go for President Trump. Wisconsin is too close, and Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania, but there's less than 50% of the vote counted. So the big story right now, as we're talking, is the Senate will be held by the Republicans. And I go back to that because that's going to blunt the madness. All right, it's going to make it very difficult for Joe Biden, if he is elected, all right, to get this crazy radical left stuff into law. And I think at this juncture, that's the most important story of the night. Now, Donald Trump could win Pennsylvania. He's ahead, and he's running ahead in some of the key counties there. But with all of this mail-in voting, I mean, you can see the CNN people panicking, which I enjoy very much watching. So they've said at least 50 times, all right, we have a long way to go. What that really means is we are very worried. So we have a long way to go when you hear it, and 50 times, I checked on my paper how many times they've said that. That really means we're very worried. All right, so they were hopping up and down about Florida. Florida went to Trump. They were hopping up and down about North Carolina. North Carolina went to Trump. So he's knocking it down. Ohio, they were, Ohio. It's going to go, no, Ohio's to Trump. Because in the beginning, all of these mail-in votes were counted first. Now, it looks to me that being Pennsylvania and Michigan, it looks like those ballots are counted and Trump is still ahead. If that's the case, he'll win. So we go back to Pennsylvania. Whoever wins that state will be the next president, in my opinion, my humble opinion.
Now, we just heard from Mike Slater before. We're looking now at some of the issues that are affecting where we are right now. And as you say, these are the trends. This is what we see, but we can't get beyond what the numbers already are. But the Black Lives Matter movement this summer, the defund the police narrative, Bill, we didn't hear a lot about that from the media in recent weeks. There was rioting in Philadelphia, which, as you point out, Pennsylvania is an absolutely key state in this, and people don't tend to like the visual of businesses being burned down in any American city, and it was happening in Philadelphia a few days ago. Do you think that there's a pretty good chance? And again, I know we don't know the outcome tonight, but we've got to extrapolate a little bit here. Do you think there's a pretty good chance that the Democrats will look back and realize that the madness of the summer, the defund the police movement, was a real political loser?
I think the moderate Democrats will, but not the left, and the left is in charge of that party. So with a controversial guy like Donald Trump in the middle of a pandemic that had killed more than 200,000 people, you would think that the incumbent would lose. All right? But he may win. And it's not winning on his personality. He's not winning on that, okay? He's winning because most Americans are very frightened of the socialist crew and the anarchistic crew and the violent crew. They don't want that. And Biden never comes out and criticizes them. And Trump, of course, does. So that is a big factor in tonight's vote, but we do remain a severely divided nation. And I just don't know what it's going to take to wise up people who are sympathetic to a communist group like the Black Lives Matter Global Foundation. I mean, do you not know that they want to overthrow the entire country and our entire system? Do you not realize that? And you got a BLM sign on your front lawn? You're not even going to have a front lawn if those people take over. So, I mean, we really live in an interesting time. We're so divided, and we're seeing that tonight.
Bill, any thoughts about what you're looking at for the next shoes to drop, the next things to happen? We're just wondering where your head's at now, and what you're thinking is going to be happening in the next hour or so.
Well, I think that Pennsylvania is going to have to be called, and once they call it, probably all the CNN and MSNBC crew are going to faint. Arizona, they're happy about. I was surprised Arizonans went so heavy for Biden. Very surprised. We don't know Nevada. That could negate Arizona. But if I had to make a bet now, I'd say Trump wins. Boy,
do you think the
so
left,
close, though.
Do you think the left takes any lessons learned, or is the attitude just double down?
Fanatics never learn lessons. Narcissists never learn lessons. People who hate America are not going to stop hating America. And I think that the American public is wise enough to sense the danger, which is why the Senate stayed in the hands of the Republicans. The people were going, people in Michigan, all right, going, we can't give the Democrats power. But the hardcore zealots on the far left, they'll never learn.
Yeah, there was a recklessness, it seems, in much of the approach from Democrats on the national stage over the summer that I think is coming back to haunt them in a pretty big way. Just want to ask you about the media. You keep bringing up CNN. I was actually a CNN contributor some years ago when the place was sort of crazy. It is now, or in the last few years, completely lost its mind. There's not going to be any change then, right? I mean, our expectation should be, let's assume Trump wins, as you said, looking, but we don't know. Let's assume he wins. No change whatsoever in the transformation of CNN, MSNBC, I would argue ABC News, NBC News, these places into effectively anti-Trump organs, right? I mean, you don't think that they're going to say, you know what, we're tired of this thing. We're actually, Jeff Zucker or whomever, if someone replaces him, is going to take over at CNN and try to take it back toward the middle, right? They're just going to do more of the same.
Well, I think there's going to be disaster ahead for all the television news agencies. No matter what happens, Trump loses and his show leaves, they're all going to fall apart fast. Nobody's going to watch Joe Biden. If Trump wins, the drama is over, and the repetition of "we hate Trump" every night. I think Zucker, the head of CNN, will get fired, but they won't say that. They'll say, well, he's resigning, and he's going to do other projects, and I don't think he's long for AT&T. AT&T knows that their reputation's getting hammered. NBC, CBS, and ABC, they're going to drastically decline their news agencies, just like their programming is. And I see all of that happening in the next 12 months. There'll be interest between now and the inauguration, and then everything's going to fall off the cliff. But no, they're not going to change. It's too late for them to change. It's too late. They can't say, all right, now I'm going to be fair. You're branded. You're unfair, and that's how you're going to go to your grave. Unfair.
Totally agree. Bill O'Reilly, everybody. Bill, great to see you. Thanks for sharing your insights.
Always pleasure. Thank you.
Be back in just a moment with a lot more.
Home title theft is not something that happens just to other people. It doesn't just happen somewhere else. This is a cyber crime, and I will be honest with you. Cybercrime is still hard for me to wrap my mind around. I'm not used to that. Crime is supposed to be a gun. Give me your wallet on the sidewalk. That's old thinking. All the money now is made online, and your home title, it's probably your biggest financial vulnerability. You want to get evicted from your home or have to sink tens of thousands of dollars into a lawyer? You're going to have to if these thieves steal your home title. They'll forge your signature on it, take a loan out against it, and you have to pay that back. Do not get caught. Home Title Lock can stop them, and it will. I have it, you get it. Go to HomeTitleLock.com. That's HomeTitleLock.com. Use the promo code RADIO. That gets you 30 days of free protection. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hey, it's Dana Lash, host of The Dana Show, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern, which is also broadcast live right here on the First TV. Every day I'm here to keep you up to speed on the most important stories and information you need to know in your very, very busy life. And if you're always on the go and you just want to stay connected, download our daily podcast. Take it with you. It's a great way to get up to speed on what you need to know and stay informed on what legacy media may not tell you. Just visit danalash.com and click on that podcast link or subscribe on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your favorite podcast.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on the First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the First.
There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on the First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today.
Hey, Slider Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? And what we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Tune out the 24-hour news cycle and watch Bill O'Reilly on The First TV. It's a new kind of network with fresh ideas and bold opinions. Start watching the No Spin News and so much more at thefirsttv.com. No cost, no spin, no agenda. Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News. Visit thefirsttv.com right now.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Still not clear who the President of the United States will be, but it is looking pretty good so far for Donald Trump. My man Jesse Keller, are you in the mix here? There he is.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm here with
Arizona.
bells on.
What the heck happened to Arizona, Jesse? I had a few weeks ago, I had to have a little talk with Hawaii over Mazie Hirono. I love Hawaii, beautiful state, bad politics, but Mazie Hirono is unacceptable. Oh, look at this, Arkansas goes for Trump, right as we thought it would. That's great news. Nice, we like that. But anyway, I had to have a little moment with Hawaii over that one. Arizona, I'm coming for you, Arizona. I don't know what this is all about. This is very upsetting.
Hold on, two things. I see all these people, I understand all these other news organizations are calling Arizona, and I'm not going to be that, Baghdad Bob guy who's going to be like, wait, we're actually fine, we're winning. I'm not saying that. Maybe we did lose Arizona. However, I told the brief version of this story earlier on in the night. I might as well just outline it now. I ran for Congress once against Gabrielle Giffords down there. I was a Republican opponent. And I learned then a very hard lesson. Like, 60% of the voters in Arizona vote early, but it's a different state, and that the early votes get counted basically right off the bat. So you have 60% of the votes, and it comes in right away. People think, it's over, and news organizations just call it. There are still loads, and I mean loads, of Election Day Republican votes to count in Arizona. Maybe we did lose it. I'm not looking at all the numbers breakdown right now. Maybe we did, but I'm telling you all, the Democrat shot was just shot. Everything you see now as far as Arizona votes go is going to close that gap. Can it close it enough? I don't know. I didn't close mine enough, but I crushed my candidate on Election Day and lost by 4,000 votes because I almost came all the way back. Remember that. That's 1. 2. I have asked almost everybody all night long, including Isabel Brown from Arizona, can a Senate candidate hurt the presidential candidate? And look, this is going to sound like I'm just taking shots at her. I'm not. You can't help who you are. I want this to be a lesson to the GOP. Martha McSally is not a bad. She's a historically terrible political candidate. And anybody who's ever met her would walk away from that meeting knowing, okay, whatever else she may be, I'm not indicting her as a person, not going to be a charismatic politician. She's going to be bad. And the GOP in Arizona, it's on them. They ran her against Sinema, and I know how it works there. The powers that be ran her against Sinema, and she got her butt whipped. And then right after losing a seat she should have won, she does a fill-in seat, and they appoint the person who just lost the race they should have won in a Senate race. And of course the Democrats were like, well, we'll just find an astronaut or somebody and blow their doors off. I've been telling people for 6 months, Buck, that she was going to get her butt kicked and it was going to kill Republicanism in that state. Here I am once again, right, like always.
There we go. Laying it down in Arizona. I forgot that's where you ran for your congressional seat. You know that layout very, very well. Jesse, do we have anything right now for Pennsylvania? I mean, for weeks, I've been ringing the alarm bell because I'm on stations in Pennsylvania. We got our mutual, very good buddy, Sean Parnell, running out in PA 17 in Western Pennsylvania tonight for a congressional seat against Connor Lamb, one of the most hotly contested races for any seat in Congress in the entire election. Got a lot of national attention on that one. And it just feels like PA, we're not really seeing much of anything right now. What's going on?
Well, here's what's going on. I did some digging when I took a little break there to see if I could get boned up on some of the news, and this is what we have. We have state officials, not just in Pennsylvania, in Michigan and Wisconsin. That's all 3 states and 3 gigantic states. State officials are all saying there is no way they're going to call their races tonight. So look, I don't want to be anticlimactic for everybody watching, but that combined with the Nevada thing, combined with the Arizona thing, having everything, look, the chances are, while it obviously, look, the betting odds don't lie. It obviously looks good for Trump, certainly not a lock. The chances are you're going to have to go to bed tonight without any kind of a confirmed lock. And the media, let's be honest with what's happening right now. I've seen this a little in the past, but not as much as I'm seeing it now. Every single race that can be called for Biden is called instantly. We have many news networks that haven't even called Florida yet. Florida's done. They're not calling obvious wins for Trump. They won't even call Texas for Trump yet. So we have a whole bunch of whiny babies in the media not wanting to admit they're wrong on election night, and they're going to join with these states and drag this thing along. I don't want to be anticlimactic, but you may have to accept you're going to bed without results.
I've been saying for 2 or 3 solid weeks now. There's no way, given the expectation we have here in Pennsylvania, there's no way that's going to get caught. The only way that we would know is if it doesn't matter, because Trump has won so much and so many other calls have already been made that they would concede. But I'm not even sure that they would do that under any circumstance. I think they'd want to see how Pennsylvania plays out and claim that there still could be mail-ins elsewhere. Who knows, right? We've got to see what the map actually looks like. Because remember that Hillary Clinton, say what you will about her, and Jesse, I've said a lot, but Hillary Clinton a few months ago said out loud the quiet part here, which was that Biden should concede under no circumstance. So even if everyone calls the election, even if the networks say, you know what, Biden can't win, Biden campaign may not concede. Say, well, Pennsylvania, we don't know, and we're looking at some challenges in some other states. We heard people keep thinking that when this is done in states, it's done. Democrats may not view it. They're still litigating the 2016 election with this Russian nonsense and the Mueller probe. So I think everyone needs to get ready for the real possibility here. The Biden campaign's going to say, nope, we do not concede, we do not accept this, and they're just going to drag this thing not just out in time, but also into the courts.
Well, Buck, I think we undersell how important it is the shift the Democratic Party has taken. People can whine all the time about Trump's manner and he's rude and he's brash. The Democratic Party has shifted what is acceptable, what is normal in this country. They impeached the President of the United States of America. People forget that this president was impeached. That is a humongous deal. And they impeached him over a phone call that was so innocuous that Trump released the transcript to the general public the next day after he made the phone call. And they still impeached him anyway. There are no norms anymore. And Democrats will have no qualms whatsoever about completely destroying the faith of the American people and the election system if it means a chance at power. They are now all in on this game, and let's not underestimate this. These people are not only lunatics, these people are desperate. And anybody who knows anything about human nature or has looked at history at all knows a desperate person is dangerous. You and I can look at this culture and think the left owns it all. The left doesn't look at it that way. They look at this and think, we don't have the presidency and now we're down 6-3 on the Supreme Court and he's about to win again. They will burn this place to the ground if they have to, if it means getting to the result they want. They just will. They wouldn't even hesitate.
That's a perfect transition for us into some early footage. You know how people look at exit polls to get a sense of how things are going, Jesse? You can also look on Twitter and just the internet in general to see where the psycho libs are punching people, attacking police, lighting things on fire. It's already starting in D.C. I think we actually have some of that footage. You're starting to see, there you go. Oh, okay. Jesse, we all understand the people that are engaged in the mob violence, that are wearing masks and hoodies to make sure they really can conceal their identities, who show up with what you could consider paramilitary protesters' street accoutrement of, backpacks full of jars or, bags of human feces and jars of urine to throw at police and rocks and bricks and batons. They're all Biden voters. And here they are in D.C. already. This was shared by Andy No's Twitter account. I know it's from the BG on the Scene account originally. And we're seeing exactly what we had anticipated there. You're seeing a little bit more of it. Jesse, maybe they're holding off until they find out whether it's actually a win for Biden. A win for Trump. But there's definitely going to be some mayhem. If Trump wins this thing, these people are not going to say, you know what? We've learned our lesson. Let's just all celebrate this great republic and the peaceful transfer of power. Zero chance that happens. Zero chance.
Well, Buck, you're going to have to forgive me. Maybe it's not the time and place, but this is partially on the GOP too. Remember, right after that killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, right after it, what did Republicans do? They can all do this law and order routine now and back the blue and all this other stuff. Right after that, they were running to the microphone. I think we should change the name of military bases. What we need is a Juneteenth bill. Can we get a Juneteenth bill? We had Tim Scott on the floor of the House trying to pass a federal police reform bill, jumping on that anti-cop bandwagon. And what it did was it gave all the backing in the world for the Democrats to continue to pour gas on this street violence fire. And now these people believe they can do it. And now I'll be honest with you, and I don't get like this often. I'm embarrassed for my country. I am embarrassed that other nations look at us and they look at that crap going on our streets and they think we're weak because of it. And you know what, Buck? We are weak. A nation that's powerful does not let that scene you're looking at right there, in case anybody's wondering, those white pillars in the background, that's the White House. That's where the president and the first lady and their kids, that's where they bed down at night. And we allow that in front of the White House? Every single one of those scumbags should be in a drunk tank right now with a big old egg on their forehead and $1 million bail and looking at 10 plus years in prison. And all this stuff would stop. And somebody foreign who's funding all this, they should be worried about something else. And that's what strong nations do. Instead, our nation, well, I mean, look, maybe this is the language of the unheard. What a bunch of crap. And now we encourage all this. Now we have businesses that have to board up their business on election night. I think it's disgraceful.
You might have seen it, but they're all unfunny, but one of the late night, Jimmy Kimmel, probably the surliest and least funny of the late night comedians. He had this whole thing about how embarrassed he was for the fact that the country has to board up on election day. And they speak about it in these general terms, like, why are we as America preparing for violence on the streets? And it's not possible to be this stupid. So I have to assume they're this dishonest, and they just won't say out loud what we can all see, which is that the left has a serious problem of, and I really mean this, mental illness that is politically induced in the age of Trump. We joke around about TDS and Trump derangement syndrome, but these people are not normal. They've got real problems. Every time you see the photo array of people in Antifa, every time that happens, you look at them and you go, Biden voters, and not a single surprise on any of these faces. They all look like they're the Joker's henchmen from a Batman video game. And this is the America we live in now. And Joe Biden, for people that are going to say, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will not condemn them, will not call them out by name, and beyond that, we'll always try to cover for them by saying, well, it's, there was a peaceful protest before. The answer to what percentage of your political movement's protests should devolve into looting, anarchy, violence, attacks on police, trying to blind police with lasers, as Democrats were doing all summer. The answer to what percentage isn't 90% that are peaceful, it's 100% that are peaceful. That's the only answer that's acceptable. And Democrats, they abandoned that for months, and I think they're paying the price tonight. I think we're going to find out in Michigan, Wisconsin, yeah, it's the economy, but also it's people don't want mobs of, lunatic MSNBC watchers marching through their neighborhoods and waking them up in the middle of the night and threatening to burn down their houses because of fascism in America. These people are morons. No one should take them seriously. But that's 100%. Where we are.
100% right. 100%. I think it's going to come into play huge in this election. All right. We have more from Buck and I and others coming up next. You can see the news. $3 trillion. Wrap your mind around just that number for a minute. $3 trillion. Our deficit this year alone, I didn't say debt, our 1 year deficit is going to be over $3 trillion. You're not a fool. You know how that story ends. That doesn't mean you run around screaming the sky is falling. It doesn't mean you pull all your money out of the stock market and the banks and just go hide somewhere. But it does mean you have to diversify your portfolio. You just have to. Get a gold IRA. It should be part of everybody's portfolio, and get one from Gold Alliance. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They know what they're doing. They will walk you through it. They make it easy. Go to goldalliance.com/Jesse. That's goldalliance.com/Jesse. They will take care of you.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Joining me now, Amanda Mackey, to give us some level of education on this show, Buck, because you and I certainly are not providing any. Amanda, all right, give us some wisdom. What are we seeing? I'm the resident optimist here. I think Trump has it. I think Ohio is dang near close to being called. Florida's done. I don't see how you can lose the presidency with those two. I understand Arizona is a sewer, but Amanda, please give us some wisdom.
I'll just say this. I think that the reason that the Midwest states and Pennsylvania basically called off making any decisions and stopping counting the votes is because I think Donald Trump has solidified his win there. And I think it's just as we expected, the fracking argument, the lie that Joe Biden flip-flopped on with saying he was against fracking and then he was for it and then he wasn't sure. And so I think that's really hurt him and his chances in states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, despite being the third senator from the state of Pennsylvania.
Wait, can you just clarify? You said they've stopped counting. We're talking about Michigan, Wisconsin. What was that statement? I missed that.
What I understand is that they're not going to be making any decisions tonight. They're not going to be making any kind of statements tonight. So they'll resume counting votes, but they're not going to make any decisions tonight. So I think that right now what you're seeing is that they, as you saw, they didn't declare Florida until about 20 minutes ago. So I think they're just going to hold on that. From what I understand, from what I've read as of last 15 minutes, is that they're going to wait on those. And so I think it shows a strength for Team Trump. But I'll tell you, in Florida, what we've seen, which has just been huge, obviously President Trump winning Florida is significant and all important. And I think Florida is just such a melting pot of so many different things. You have your Midwest, the I-4 corridor is very Midwest focused. You have a lot of the Northeast, states like Pennsylvania, where people come and move to Snowbird here and then eventually end up living here. And then you have the South Florida base of people who have fled oppression, people who have fled communist regimes, socialist regimes. And so they know what that's about and they don't want it. And that's why they rejected they rejected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's agenda. You also had a lot of pickups of House seats in Florida, and so Donna Shalala is now out of a job due to a very strong candidate, Maria Elvira Salazar, picking up that seat for Republicans. Carlos Jimenez picked up that seat from Musquerel Powell. And so you have a lot of pickups here in Florida, which is fantastic for the congressional seat.
Amanda, I need you to help me understand something, because from what I understand, Trump way overperformed in Miami-Dade. Apparently that is a hardcore blue place, and still blue, obviously, but Trump really overperformed there. And you can say, and I understand there's a ton of Cubans there, you can say that's because they fled socialism and wanted something different. Well, they were still fleeing socialism back when, Barack Obama was stomping everybody in that place. What have they seen in Trump specifically, or the GOP specifically, that has brought them around? They've seen something.
I think it's also President Trump's personality. I think from what I've read, the machismo personality and just basically not willing to just be diplomatic about everything, but rather taking the bull by the horns, telling people exactly how you feel, falls in line culturally with the with those particular cultures that South Florida tends to have more people from that persuasion, and so I think that has also been a factor for their excitement about Trump, someone who just stands up for himself. I guess that's what it comes down to.
We just want to jump in real quick and tell everybody that, yes, indeed, Ohio, you saw that on the screen, wanted to just tell you officially, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. Amanda, it's seeming more and more like we're not going to have an answer tonight, but it's looking mathematically better and better for Trump as the night goes on. How would you gauge this at this point? How would you assess the likelihood that this momentum, just based on what's already been called and where things are heading right now, that we could wake up tomorrow perhaps with an enormous and for many of us very unwelcome surprise?
I think it's still going to be close, so I don't think that we'll know tomorrow per se, but just thinking about Pennsylvania, I think we won't know until Friday. And obviously Pennsylvania is significant. So I think if you look at these states again, where just the industrial Midwest, these Reagan Democrats that really Trump has been able to bring back home to us. We haven't had these Reagan Democrats for, 2-3 decades. And what he did in 2016, I think he's overperforming what he did in 2016. So I think that what you will see is strong pickups in those Midwestern Rust Belt states due to the Reagan Democrats, due to independent voters, and of course Republicans. And I think even though we kept hearing, the seniors are, especially here where I am, Pinellas County, you do have a lot of seniors here, and they kept saying, well, the seniors are not going to support him because of COVID. And I think you saw just the opposite. President Trump did extremely well with seniors. Despite that rhetoric. So I think you're going to see a Trump victory.
Can we?
I think that's what the markets are hedging on to.
Can we ask about polling in general? This is your area of expertise. Pollsters are getting a rough night on social media, I can tell you that much. And I don't think it's a minor thing, because you're wrong one time in 2016, and I know they argue they were within, a lot of them would say they were in the margin of error, but they were all in the margin of error favoring Hillary Clinton. And there was this tightening that occurred right before the election. The polls that we were seeing in some of these states that have already even been called were considerably off. Some of them, especially I'm thinking about these industrial Midwest states, Michigan, Wisconsin, were wildly off. How is that? How are we supposed to take that? The methodology, I keep bringing up the Wisconsin up 7. I saw Michigan polls with Biden up 8-9 points. No one takes that seriously right now. No one thinks that's actually going to happen. So, what are we supposed to make of that?
It's funny, if you just think about Jamie Harrison against Lindsey Graham, there were polls showing him up 2, 3, 4, sometimes even double digits. And I really wondered, where are they getting this information from? Truly, who are they polling? And who are maybe they're polling the people who dumped $100 million into that campaign for Jamie Harrison. So I think that the pollsters, to your point, they got it wrong in 2016, and in 2020 they clearly got it wrong, because here we are, and they had Biden up, double digits. There wasn't a single poll that I saw President Trump up in. And we may have President Trump win, and there was not a single poll, not once, showing President Trump ahead. So maybe pollsters will be put out of business after a Trump victory, if that's in fact what happens.
Amanda Mackey, thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us some wisdom.
Thank you.
All right, quick break, then you get more us. Thank you.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Hey, Snyder Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? And what we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
All right, our coverage here continues on The First, live and in real time, and I'm joined by my main man, Jesse Kelly, which has become his unofficial title because I have him on my radio show so much. And Jesse, I got some news for you. I got some good things for you. You ready for this? You ready for this,
Give
my
it
man?
to me. Give it to me. I'm
going to give you the one that's like more important news, but I'm going to give you one you're going to like more second. Let's start with number one. Joni Ernst wins her Senate seat in Iowa, beats out Teresa Greenfield, which also makes me think, to your Arizona comments before, Joni was a strong candidate. She wins that seat in Iowa. Looks pretty good for the Trumpster in Iowa. What do you say?
I say this, look, you heard my Arizona comments before. It applies to good candidates too. We like to make, you and I both do this, it's just human nature to do this. We make general statements. What does this mean for the GOP or Democrats or the left or the right? Each one of these races has their own story. You can have these races that candidates have no business winning, but he's some phenom, and the other guy wraps his car around a tree for a DUI, and it's over. Or you can have these races that on paper, I mean, obviously the GOP is going to win that, and then the candidate sucks. Each race tells its own tale. Joni Ernst, I mean, look, I'm not like her biggest fan, but she's a heck of a candidate. She's not going to lose that seat.
Now we got another one for you. Ready for this, Jesse? Now this is not yet definitive, but it is very interesting. The chairman of the Arizona GOP has come out in the last 5 minutes to say that Fox News will be embarrassed for calling Arizona early, and that the early votes are really all that has been counted, and she believes the entire gap. I know, it's too early for you to be bowing, but you can start loosening up your back a little bit, because I gotta think, what's the point of saying that at this point in Arizona, if you're the state GOP there, and you're gonna call out Fox News like that too? Unless you are very confident. Now look, maybe there's something else going on here. Maybe they're having a as you said before, a Baghdad Bob moment there. But it's very interesting that that's what you said as somebody who knows that terrain in Arizona, and the state GOP leader in Arizona says, the quote was, Fox News will be embarrassed because we don't really know who's won yet. It's just those early votes, exactly as you laid out.
See, it's weird. When something like that happens, you automatically think about the greater good, and you think about the GOP and the country and what it means for all that. I hear something like that, and all I can think about is myself. And what I do know is this, that while every other person on the air in every other news station in this country was complaining about Arizona being lost and this is over and everything sucks, I was the only one on the air explaining to everybody, hold up on your Arizona call. Let's just hold up here. That's not how it works. And you know what it is, in all seriousness? That's such a stunning indictment on the other media sources in this country. And I don't take petty shots at other people or news organizations, but I'm an idiot. I went to community college. I shouldn't be the voice of reason ever. I should never be the one providing the wisdom up here. I'm a moron, and I know all the Democrats vote early. Like 2/3 of the votes vote early, and in Arizona, because they have their system basically computerized, the early votes are the first ones you see. So every time, right off the bat, it's going to look like Democrats are far, far ahead. And then every single step of the way from then on out, the Republican is going to close the gap. Will they close it all the way? I don't know. But this is a fact of life. If I know this, Buck, how do the other major news organizations don't know this?
So it seems to me fair at this point to say that, I mean, it was too early a call to make, and some places, Fox News called this one, Arizona, very early. Some places that made that early call are just hoping and praying that when all the votes are actually counted, right call, even though it's looking more and more like they went with that one way too early. Because again, that was sort of stunning too. We knew that Arizona was going to be in play, but given what's happened everywhere else tonight, Jesse, really? That's the one that, not North Carolina, not Georgia, Arizona's the one that they flip. It just, there was a smell test there that it barely passed. But you, my friend Jesse, were saying, no, indeed, what is that funky smell?
Well, the problem is, Buck, and look, I'm lucky I have friends like you who will correct me on things like this. Even if you don't do it on air, I'll get text messages from it where we tend to start saying things that we want to believe instead of things that are actually true. It's human nature. And it's part of, look, this election night media coverage, I'm looking at all of it during the breaks. It's the perfect example of that. Joe Biden takes a whiff he has a 5-person lead in the state. Let's call it's Joe Biden's, because you want to believe that's true. They're going to wait until every last vote is counted 5 times before they call Texas for Donald Trump, when clearly he's going to win Texas. Well, I mean, we're really not sure yet. If you don't want to believe that it's true, maybe you're the one with the problem. And we have an entire news media in this country of activists. And the problem is they don't know that they're activists. They think they're playing it down the line. Well, Arizona's called. Oh, come on, man. 2 seconds of research would tell you what I told you earlier. And everybody should know that information.
We're having a lot of fun here. We want to bring in our friend Nick Adams so he doesn't feel left out. He is a contributor to The First. He's an author. very astute political mind and also has a cool accent, which is always a huge advantage. So good to have you on.
He does.
G'day, Buck. Great to be with you. Big night.
And what are we seeing, man? What are your feelings? Bring us into the Nick Adams world right now on this election night.
Buck Sexton, I called it 2 hours ago. I think President Donald Trump has been re-elected for another 4 years. I don't care what the media is calling and what they're not calling. When I look at that map, when I have a look at everything that's going on, when I compare it to 2016, I think that this president has won tonight, and I think it's absolutely shameful that so many of the mainstream media are deliberately trying to make this into more contest, create more suspicion, and if I wanted to be conspiratorial, I'd say they're trying to set up the framework to steal it away from him. But I think it's been a phenomenal night for conservatives, a fabulous night for patriots. Anybody that loves this country right now should be rejoicing and celebrating, beer in hand or whatever your poison is, because this is a fabulous night for America.
Nick, what are you drinking over there? Are you drinking a Foster's? Do Australians actually drink Foster's? Or is that what an American thinks Australians drink?
Boys, I've got Foster's, I've got Modelo, I've got Dos Equis. I have a smorgasbord of beer to celebrate this great evening. I tell you, I've been calling this for a long time. I believed that Donald Trump was going to win 4 more years. Personally, gentlemen, I am absolutely stunned that Joe Biden has got as many votes as he's gotten, given how terrible a candidate he is. I'm absolutely disgusted that so many people thought it was worthwhile to vote for him. But even with that, I think that the president has worked hard for this. He did what he said he would do. And I think tonight the people of America have rewarded him. And thankfully, guys, we stay again on the precipice. We don't go over. We've still got a lot of work to do. But America and civilization got a huge victory and a huge reprieve tonight with the re-election of the greatest president this country has ever seen.
Nick, what do you mean precipice? What do you mean go over? So I don't disagree, but I have my own version of what I thought that was. Explain.
Yeah, look, Jesse, great question. Look, I think that the United States of America is flirting with socialism. I think that the United States of America is flirting with mediocrity. I think the United States of America is flirting with a European destiny. There's a lot of people in America now that don't like America the way that it is. And that's clear with the people that have voted tonight, that voted 4 years ago, that elected Barack Obama twice. These are people that don't like the founding values of America. These are people that don't like capitalism, that enjoy political correctness. And if we're not careful, and these people have got power and they already control all of our cultural institutions, the mainstream media, public schools, tertiary education, big tech, the big companies. I mean, the whole world has kind of gravitated toward this anti-American, pro-European, pro-soft socialism stuff. And the only person standing in its way is Donald Trump and the people that he represents, the people that elect him. So I'm somebody that chose to come to America. I came because I loved America the way that it is, and I want America to stay the same, that it's always been. That it's attracted, a place that's attracted people like me to come here for opportunity, for freedom, because it is so fundamentally unique and different to everywhere else. And these guys want to do away with that, and I fear for that, because I want to make sure that the America that I fell in love with as a young Australian, the America that everyone watching this broadcast right now feels about the United States of America, the America they know, I want to preserve that for our children, for our grandchildren, for our great-grandchildren. That's what I've dedicated my life to. And politics is one part of that. And I think that's why Donald Trump's agenda, this American First agenda, is so critical to achieving that end.
How much of this, Nick, do you think is also attributable to, I mean, look, let's just preface this. The fact that we are in and we're in a pandemic in an election year, and we keep hearing the tragic figure, 230, getting close to, I think, 240,000 now dead from COVID-19. A once-in-a-century pandemic, and the incumbent party has just been getting hammered. The economy has been obviously a very good quarter of growth recently, but it's been a tough year for the economy, $6 trillion of spending. If they couldn't win this election with the two-term vice president who's supposed to have party now, what does that really say about their whole operation and the candidate they put forward this time? I mean, do you think they'll ever come to the recognition that Joe Biden, many of us saw this from the beginning, was a horribly flawed candidate and that was completely uninspiring, and there's a reason he wasn't the candidate in 2016?
Buck, you raised some very sentient points there. You're absolutely right. Joe Biden was a horrendous candidate from the very beginning. And I should say that had Elizabeth Warren not stuck in for so long, and had there been a few other things go a little bit differently, Joe Biden may not have been the candidate. But I think what we see tonight, in a very difficult year with very tumultuous conditions for an incumbent to get re-election, to see the president having been able to do this, I think that tells us that there are more of us than there are them. There are more patriots. We are a silent majority, I believe, still in this country. Now, demographics are key, and there are going to be a lot of changes in America that we're going to have to kind of adapt to and improvise as we go along. But right now, what this result shows me here tonight is that there are still more of us than there are them. There are still enough red-blooded, patriotic, politically correct, hating Americans that love their flag, love their country, love their church, love the traditional values that America is based on, and they are turning out to support, to protect, and to defend America. And the way that they saw to do this was to follow the great lion, Donald Trump, into battle. And that's what they've done, and that's why what we're seeing is what we're seeing. But look, Joe Biden was a horrendous candidate. I don't believe that anybody could have beaten this president. I think that if there had been no COVID, if there had been no China virus, this president, we'd be looking at 40 states out of 50 right now. I really do believe that. I think that the China virus is what made the conditions for the president's re-election far more difficult. But Joe Biden, a very poor candidate. The Democrats are very far left, anti-American agenda. And fortunately, we still in 2020 live in the United States of America where there are more patriots than there are wannabe socialists.
And they've called Texas, Jesse. You see this? Texas, it's official. We knew it was going to happen. That blew. Dana Lash, I so appreciate her coming on saying, guys, let's not be silly here, all right? Texas is going to be just fine. Don't listen to this mainstream media BS. She was 100% correct. And, this is good to see. Add those 38 electoral votes to the tally. Well, Nick, you're saying you already think it's a done deal. Technically not done yet, but getting pretty close here.
That's true. Technically, it's not done, Buck, but I'm feeling supremely confident. I'm a Texan. I live in Texas, and I agree with Dana. Texas was never in play. This is a very, very strong state, and I can tell you I haven't seen enthusiasm. I was in Texas 4 years ago when I just moved here, and I thought the enthusiasm for Donald Trump was pretty good then. The enthusiasm for Donald Trump this year has been 20-fold. Texas is a long, long way away from going blue.
All right, Nick, thanks so much, man. Great to have you with us. Talk to you soon.
Always a pleasure.
Got more states, more things to talk about. Stick around. All right.
Okay.
Hey everyone, it's Madison Jessiato. Happy Election Day. I know many of you have already voted. Many people are going out to vote right now as we speak. As crazy as it is, there are still some undecided voters out there. A lot of them that I've met on the campaign trail ask me, why should I vote for President Trump? And I really think there's a stark difference this year between the two candidates. We have a difference when it comes to energy policy. We have a difference when it comes to healthcare policy. We have a difference when it comes to economic policy. We've seen the past 4 years under President Trump, obviously the coronavirus having a hindrance on the economy, but we saw incredible economic growth. We saw America First policies when it came to the border, when it came to combating the opioid epidemic, when it came to combating human trafficking. We've seen proactive measures taken by the administration when it comes to criminal justice reform, when it comes to the funding of HBCUs, when it comes to really reaching out and supporting communities that have been taken for granted by the Democratic Party for so long. So there are many, many reasons, and the list, of course, goes on. But the reality is that you have a choice between, a prosperous American future and more of the same. More of what we saw for 47 years with Joe Biden in Delaware. More of what we saw for many years with, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress who were elected, made all the promises, and didn't keep them. President Trump has been a man of his word, and today is going to be a crucial election for the future of our nation. Of course, what state should we really be looking out for when we're looking at that board, looking at that map tonight? Pennsylvania is going to be a huge and critical state in this election. It's going to be one, obviously, that the president definitely wants to maintain. He won that state in 2016 against, the odds. Many people said he wasn't going to win. They said Hillary Clinton was up in the polls. President Trump took Pennsylvania in 2016. I think he may take Pennsylvania again tonight. We're going to be looking at Michigan. We're going to be looking at Wisconsin. And of course, we're going to be looking at North Carolina. This is a state that many saw as a stronghold for the president. I think he will win North Carolina, but this is a closer and tighter race than expected. The president, I think, is sure to take Ohio. He's going to take Florida, and another toss-up state to look for is Arizona. So keep an eye on many of those swing states, and happy Election Day, everybody.
Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First. Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know The First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy The First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, The First will be good.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on The First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today.
And we are back, wrapping things up for tonight here on our election 2020 coverage right here on the First. Buck Sexton, I have two pieces of good news. First piece of good news. Oregon just became the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth for personal use. So let's go ahead and cross that one off the bucket list, unless you're Hunter Biden, of course. And the second piece of great news is, I hear there's something worth watching coming up at 7 o'clock. Buck, could you maybe elaborate?
The Buck Sexton extravaganza known as Hold the Line, which I hope everybody's going to be checking out tomorrow for the first time. That's right, here on the First TV, Hold the Line will debut. I will be the host. So you'll have me, you'll have Bill O'Reilly at 8, Jesse Kelly at 9. I am the shortest of the three hosts, but what I lack in height, I make up for in spirit.
That is amazing. You are the shortest. You're like 6 feet tall.
Yeah, I know. You and Bill,
extremely tall
you
network.
and Bill are friggin' giants. You guys are huge. You guys can both be centers in the NBA. It's unbelievable. Have you guys stood back to back? I don't even know who's taller.
Buck, it's not the length of my body, it's the size of my heart. That's why people watch that show. It's the size of my heart. And now we have a Trump win in Iowa. No big surprise there. But whenever there's a Trump win, we have to raise the sound of our voice and act like this was totally unexpected. Donald Trump takes Iowa.
That's great. So we got Iowa, we got Texas. And Jesse, I just want to point out as we continue in this deep dive for one of my favorite really uncalls or call that you made about a previous call, turns out that neither CNN nor MSNBC has been willing, at least as I last checked, to call Arizona for Biden. It was Fox News that called Arizona for Biden. And you got to figure, if Jesse Kelly and CNN and MSNBC at least we're slow to call it, and maybe, as I've seen now, are still not yet called. Something's up, man. Something's up. So we really got to see what ends up happening with those Rust Belt states tomorrow. And I look, man, I can't sleep well tonight because I feel like and I don't want to sound conspiratorial and crazy. And you know me, and I'm people, I was in the CIA, so they always ask me about Roswell and stuff. I'm like, come on. There's aliens. Deal with it. But the truth is here, man, what we see happening, I can't imagine Democrats aren't going to pull some last-minute shenanigans. They're not going to try something. I don't want to use the word steal, but something's up. There's no way they're going to go quietly into the night on this thing and just accept the loss that's coming. There's no way.
Absolutely not. And by the way, we're bringing in Mike Slater for his perspective on this. And let me just say, Buck, I never believed in aliens before until the first time I saw Maxine Waters, and then I 100% did. Joining me now and Buck to talk about what we've seen for the night, Mike Slater. Mike, I'm hopeful. Buck is being such a Debbie Downer. Where are you right now?
Well, I'll tell you what. You talked to me 20 minutes ago. I was on fire. Then I got some results from California, locally in San Diego. I'm not going to bore you guys with that, but I got to get the heck out of this town. I'll tell you that. But let me tell you some bad news. Have you guys seen Georgia?
Are they still counting Atlanta?
New York Times just moved their goofy needle thing. I say goofy now because it's not working to Trump's advantage. 68% chance that Biden wins it. They moved it to the prediction of Biden plus 0.5. So that means if Biden ends up pulling out winning Georgia, then Trump would have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to make up for the 16 votes in Georgia. Georgia's back on the table. Who saw that one?
That's not good.
That's I'm a little wounded right now. Now, in all seriousness, Mike, what are we talking about as far as votes left to be counted here? I mean, these tilting things seem to go back and forth all night long. It was only like an hour ago they had Georgia at like 70% likely for Trump. Now it's going back. How much do we know about what's left to be counted?
Well, I mean, listen, just like any of these other states, it's always the city versus the country, right? So I'm looking at the Atlanta precincts. Fulton County is the big one. There's still 58% to go. And then DeKalb is only 31% counted. So you still got half of Atlanta, and that's not good. Statewide, I don't see what it is statewide, but I don't know. They see something, right? Like it went, as you said, it went from like an 80% Trump, like goner, to now 67% Biden. So I don't know. I hate to end the night on that. That's not great, but
well, at least Jesse's going to stop calling me Eeyore now. You know, maybe instead he should refer to his old friend Buck as the wise old owl of conservatism, who refuses to. That's right. Who watches things unfold before him, before he starts cracking open his Bud Heavy.
But what fun is that? Really, in the end. Listen, I don't want to go to bed a total Debbie Downer. I still feel hopeful about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I like his fracking comments. All those things are still true that were true yesterday, and they seem to be polling well. But as you were saying, Buck, I think it's going to be a while until, because they like stopped counting. Philadelphia, like you do this once every 4 years, and they're like, we're beat. We're real tired here. We got to go home and take a nap. It's like, guys, power through for the night. We're powering through. Jesse's powering through. Buck's powering through. Stay up. Count the votes. What's the holdup here?
Well, I'm glad you brought this up. I know it's in jest, but I genuinely don't understand why states do this, because it makes the state itself look terrible. And everybody wants their own team to be represented well. Even if you're a lefty nutball, you want your state to be represented well. You have all these states in the union that manage to get it in on time, every time. We have the vote counts, we're done. Well, we're probably going to need till Friday. We can't possibly hope to have these done before Saturday. That makes you look like such an incompetent boob.
But are you guys hopeful about Pennsylvania? I know everyone's, for a while it looks like things were going so good we didn't need Pennsylvania, but I don't
dogfight, man.
Need to write off Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, I think it's going to be less than 50,000 votes when all's said and done there. Yeah, I think it's going to be tight.
Trump's up 14 with 60% of the vote in. 14. It's a lot.
The problem with these numbers, though. The problem with the numbers is this is why election night shows. I know I'm a total homer. Yeah. I like how we've done ours, because the numbers, they never make sense they really don't. The question is, and no one ever really knows the answer, what 60% are we counting? For all we know, they counted all the Trump counties, and they're all the Biden counties left to count, and Biden will win by 200,000 votes by the time it's done. And people have lives. All three of us do this for a living, and my eyes glaze over when people are like, well, you have to understand, in 1964, this county they reported 60%, but if this one reported 65%, I'm already bored. I stopped listening already.
Meanwhile, Mike, you got to remember that Jesse nuked Fox News' Arizona call like an hour ago. So while he's sitting here with this whole,
I witnessed it.
Yeah, while he's sitting here like, I'm just Jesse. I don't know. Yeah, he's like, yeah, Fox News, no dice, no more for you, Fox News. Pulling the plug on you on Arizona.
The money call, like right away, it was like, no, don't believe it, not happening. And it turns out you may be right on that one, but. I don't know. I think I'm still worried about Georgia. And honestly, I'm still depressed about San Diego.
Wait, Arizona. Real quick, sorry. Arizona, how many now? San Diego, you're a bunch of commies. We love you, but come on. Arizona, how many electoral votes we talking there versus Georgia?
11 and 16.
Okay. So, if we flip Arizona but we lose Georgia, how does that affect things?
Well, we need to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, be done with it. And San Diego City Council used to be 5-4 Republican, and now it's 8-1 Democrat. Like that, in 6 years, we flipped from a red area to a blue area. It's the last I'm going to say. So I'm a little sad about that. I'm upset. But the closer I can move out to you, jokers.
Excuse me, sir.
Not you, Buck.
My mayor is Bill de Blasio. You think you're going to complain about the city council?
Jesse's the one. Jesse's the smartest of us all. Clearly.
I would rather have the torturing sociopath guy from Game of Thrones who feeds people to his dogs than Bill de Blasio as my mayor.
You two. we are going to have to all continue this tomorrow because sadly this has ended our coverage of tonight. You keep watching the first. There's still plenty more good programming on. Obviously, you'll be able to see plenty of Mike Slater tomorrow right here, Buck Sexton right here, and of course, me right here. So we will have our post-election coverage. It'll be killer tomorrow, and not only because
well rested,
mostly because of me. Mike Slater, Buck Sexton, thank you, fellas. I will see you tomorrow. Audience.
Every day at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart. Stay
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
John Carney.
Pardon me?
John Carney.
Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. You know your love keeps on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love.
We're talking tomorrow. Thank you.
Higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But with you came.